Good morning, everybody, and welcome in. I'm not sure what happened to our music, so I gotta go check. Oh, okay. So my music service logged me out, so y'all give me a second. Let me get logged back in. I was like, why did the music stop? That's wild. Alrighty. But good morning, everybody. Welcome in. I'm so excited for today. I'm still getting myself dressed and ready for the talk show that we're going to have at 10. So I'll be away from the keyboard for a few minutes, but not too long. Let me see here. What happened? Yeah, that was really uncool. Um all right, give me a second here. Let me yeah, there we go. So I'll come back here. So here we go. Alrighty. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Yeah, so we got a little bit of issues going on down here, but that's perfectly fine. We're not too concerned about that. Okay. Alrighty. So, welcome in everybody. We're going to do our daily inspiration for writers this morning. Get 9:30, and then at 9:30 we're going to start prepping up for our um, talk show that we're going to do today, where we're going to talk about Trello. Peachy and I are going to be together talking use Trello, sharing some examples of Trello and how it's used by creators, as well as by writers. And when we talk about writers, I'm just really going to share with you how I am using Trello and intend to continue to use Trello to help me get through the development of my first book, not my first book, my second book. We're done with the first book. I'm just doing the editorial reviews at this point. But we'll be talking about the second book and how I'll be using it as a source to help me plan for my second novel. Um, so we're excited about that. We've did a couple of dry run throughs of the talk show, so we're hoping that it'll be both informative and entertaining. So we will be doing that starting at 10 o'clock. But this morning, we're just going to look at the daily inspiration for writers. So I am going to go ahead and set our timer Pomo for the single session. And we'll be doing our 75 minutes and then the 5-minute wrap up at the end. And let me look at my backlog and see what I have on there. So one of the things I have to do is to finish getting ready for the day. So I will take that as my first task. We'll call it daily self-care. We don't have to put all of our business out there about what we're doing. So we have the daily self-care there. And then later, of course, we're going to do some admin tasks, our daily admin tasks. And then the final thing that we'll be doing as part of that 75 minutes, we'll be actually going back into the story, looking at the edits. I've gotten through a third of the book already. So I'm very deep into it, looking at it, whatever it is that I need to update. Wasn't too many things that were put in. There were about 28 comments put in for things that I needed to update in the book. So I'm just taking a look at those things, making sure that I agree with the editorial reviews. And then from there, we're going to have a manuscript that's going to be ready to send to the publisher to get ready to start in the publishing process. All right, so I think we are good to go. Looks like our music is back. Music is back. I know you could hear me, so I think we're in good shape. Let me look at what my backlog is for today. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, that looks good for today. Alrighty, so how is everybody else doing? I know it's cold here. We got snow expecting to fall in a little bit. There's a lot going on. It snowed yesterday. I didn't even realize it had snowed. I looked outside. I was like, oh, it snowed. Then by the afternoon, it was all gone because it wasn't that great. Tell you what. All right. Okay. All right, y'all. So I think we're ready to get started with our pomo. So I'm going to go ahead and get us going. Good luck, everybody. I may be away from the screen for a couple of minutes, but it's all good. Just finished getting prepped up for the day. So thank you all, and enjoy your work session. Well, all right, everybody, we are at the end of our first segment of our show today, which is our daily inspiration for writers. I appreciate all of you for being here for that. And today is again Saturdays. We talked about this on Saturdays, where we would start our stream with just a very quick uh, daily inspiration for writers. This is what we do every weekday, Monday through Friday, at 6 a.m. So, what we thought we would do is bring this over to our Saturday show as well, as a good way to kickstart the day with some focus time, primarily focused on writing, but also you could use it to get jumpstart your weekend, jumpstart your day, get going with things that you need to get done. So that's really how we're looking to segment off our Saturday shows. So we'll be starting at 8 a.m., 8:30 at the latest. I probably needed to start at 8:30 today, so I could have been here and attentive the entire time. But between 8 and 8:30, we're going to start our daily inspiration for writers. It's going to run up until about the 10 o'clock hour. And then at 10 a.m., we're going to switch over to some sort of community based, community themed type of activity. So I am looking to see if I can establish a pattern where every third Saturday of the month we do a talk show where we'll have a guest, typically a person from within the community or community adjacent, where we'll talk about different topics. And so today, what we are going to talk about is how we are using Trello boards to actually help to support us in our work as creatives, rather it's as a writer, a gamer, a YouTube developer. You know, we're looking at all of those ways. A YouTube creator, content creator, let me get it right, a YouTube content creator, and then like a software developer. So we're going to take an opportunity to look at 4 different examples of how people are using Trello boards either as independent creators or in a collaborative manner, and even as a way to let their audiences know how, you know, what progress they're making on updates for their game or their software or whatever it might be. Thank you so much for the hydrate. So we're going to take a few minutes here. We have, you know, we'll get started with that segment at about 10 a.m. So what we're going to do is go ahead and I love words on stream. So we get a few minutes to do some words on stream as an activity, kind of to give us a break in between. And just as a warning, I'm going to show you guys just a little bit as a warning when we get into the talk show segment. There is not going to be a timer or any kind of pomos that are being ran. That's simply because we want to kind of concentrate on what we're working on and not really have to manage the pomodors or the timers. You could certainly, set your own work schedule around that if you want to work with us and be here with us in the background. But you will definitely have to self-manage your own pomodors. All right, so let's get ready. We're going to go over here to our break screen and we're going to take an activity break. We're going to do this for about 25 minutes. I may be in and out of this simply because I will be working with Peachy as we're getting set up for the show that's going to start at 10. But I will be here as much as I can to participate because, like I said, I love to play the words on stream, right? So the music will keep going. We're going to play the word game. Y'all help yourselves at it. And then we'll be back at 10 a.m. Around 9:55 is when we'll switch over the scene. And then we'll make sure everything is set up and we will be ready to go. So I will talk with you all soon. All right. That way you can see I'm still here. I'm still here, I promise. All right. Look at that. Y'all in here going. That's not a word? Oh no. Oh no. Nope. Okay. This is a really tough word. I mean, we got the goal, but this is a tough word. Wow. Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay, there we go. All right, we did good. We advanced 2 levels. That's nice. That's really nice. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all, about the ad break. It did come through before I had a chance to stop it, so sorry about that. If this is up there, I'm gonna be like, y'all wrong for that one. Thank goodness it wasn't. Yeah, Pinot should have shown up. Were you locked out, Coffee Bear? Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. Right, that's wrong. Why am I bad? I don't know. I don't know. Is pedo a word? No, pedo is not a word, y'all. Pito is not a word. Not a word. All right. We still advanced 2 levels. Good, good. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Let's see. Let's see. Mm. No, no, I need 2 A's for that one. Okay. All right. Um Toward. Right. Nice. Nice, PT. Nice. I'm gonna get Ward off of that one. Thank you. Thank you, PT. Oh, I don't know about tard. It says that's a bullying word. So I'll try it and see. Soon. I'll try it. I don't think it's going to let us put it in there. Yeah, because that's a Boolean word. So, all right. Let's see. And I know you didn't mean it that way, but it just is what it is. And y'all don't get upset with Twitch when it's like, are you sure you want to send that word? It's okay. we, we know better. Are you sure? Coffee bear, I still see that in there. Every time I go in there, I look at that. I'm like, what? That was funny. Okay. You didn't realize at first. They do. They give you this big warning block. It's funny. We laugh at it. It's like, are you sure you want to send this? I was like, they made sure that you understood that. That was funny. All right. Okay. We got a fake letter now, y'all. We got a fake letter. All right. Policy. Good, good, good. That means the word I was thinking about is in there. It should be. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Nice. All right. So F, we don't have an F, y'all. So don't try to use the words with the F like I just did. I was trying to put that word in there with the F. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking Chloe. Yes, nice. Nice. All right, so we got Polly. If this is a word, I'm gonna be done. uh, no, it's not a word. Lipy. Nope. Okay. Um, Oily. Okay. Oh, we might have it. They don't have coily. Too bad. Um, so it's oh, I couldn't figure out that last word, but that was good. That was good. That was good. Nice. We got the 3 stars. Nice. Nice. All right. All right. Here we go. We got a fake letter. All right. Okay. So let me see if this is what I think it is. Yes. So that means the I is fake. Okay. Remember, the I is fake. All right. Okay. Nice. We're all locked out, I think. But that's all right. We did all right. We did all right. Nice. Nice. We got 2 more levels advanced up. That's going to take us to level 12. All right. All right. Here we go. Another fake letter. All right. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. So it might be I. Might be I. Yep. So no I. No I. Here we go. All right. Okay. Yeah. Connor. Oh, we don't have 2 R's. That's why it wouldn't take corner. Okay. Got it. Oh. See, even I get caught up still trying to use the I. Like somebody that C-R-N-E. Crone. Okay. We did. We got there, but woo. One last word, but we still got 3 stars. Nice. So that takes us up 3 levels. We're at level. Uh-oh. Now we got a fake letter and a hidden letter. Nice. Nice. Okay. How much y'all want to bet that Z is the fake letter? Okay. This is bad. So not E. Okay. Horizon. Yeah, the Z I believe is fake, y'all. Coin. Okay, so I. So I is the letter. Oh, it is not coming. Yeah, I is the hidden letter. Come on, give me the words. CHRONIC, chronic. There we go. Wow, that tore us up. That got us really good. Oh, that got us really good. But we got far. We got far on that one. All right. So we can restart. And I don't know how long I will be here because 9:55, we're definitely gonna break over. Yeah, that one was tough. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I got the word sitting here just waiting on it to unlock. Unlock. So I can put my word in. Unlock. Too funny. Mm. All right. All right. I got you. I got you. Got the next word. We ready. We ready. We ready. All right. So we got one more word, y'all, and then we will have had it. We'll have it. One more word. Nope. Says that's not it. There we go. Perfect game. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect game. Love it. All right, y'all. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. I know that's a word, but it won't let me put that in there. Just bad word. Bad word. That's a bad word. All right. So cool. We got one more level up. All right. Okay. Okay. Um all right. So there's no T. Oh, there's no U. What the heck am I looking at? Okay. Um, stand. Okay. All right. Yeah, this one was hard. All right. Okay, y'all. So I will start a game. Y'all can kind of run through it on your own. I have to get set up for the next scene that we're going to be doing. Um, Go ahead and get us going in the Discord. Let's see. Let's go to studio mode. Let's go here. And let's get that. All right, looks like y'all are doing good. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. And okay. And now look here. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, so All right, y'all. So let's get ready. Gonna switch to my laptop. Okay, awesome. It is pouring rain outside. I love it on the weekend when I don't have to get out in it. I know that's right. I know that's right. I know that's right. All right, y'all. So we're actually don't worry about this one. The big word is Bologna in this one. But we're going to switch off of this for now. And I'm gonna try to get us set up to get ready to go with our Trello board. So yeah, let me just go ahead and find that so we can end it. Sorry, we're just gonna go ahead and end this one. Yes. And we're gonna log out of Trello for right now. And then I am going to shut that down for the moment. Ooh, I shut the wrong one down for the moment. Y'all, ain't nothing like trying to get it together. All right. And so we're going to go to our talk show segment. So let me get myself ready here for this. I think that's good. So we have our talk show segment that's going to be going on. And so here we are. Getting ready to go into our talk show. And Peachy, I'm gonna see, can I get you set up in Discord? Discord talk show. Peachy, yep. And then I'm gonna go over here to Discord. I'll just give us a moment, just a little bit of behind the scenes stuff that we're working on here. So Peachy, I'm going to start the voice call. All right. So the voice call is started. Are you able to hear me, Peachy? All right, I think Peachy's getting set up. So while Peachy gets set up, I'm going to make sure that that's working.
I can hear you though.
You can hear me? Yes, and they can hear you as well. Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to go on mute in Discord for just a second, Peachy, or if you want to go on mute, you certainly can. And just kind of get us started and set up with talking about our talk show that we're going to be doing today. And it's really funny that when we're talking about the talk show, how we use Trello to actually help us to set up the work that we're doing with our talk show for today. So talk show, let me just back up a little bit about Trello and just kind of first introduce myself, introduce Peachy, and then we'll talk a little bit about what Trello is and how it can be used. So for this segment, I really do want to kill the music here. So let me go and take care of that. Getting rid of the music going here. Let's see. Escape. Oh my. Come on. Here we go. So it's okay about you all seeing that. So that's going to look a little weird for a second, but I need to kill the music so we're not overpowered by the music going on while we're trying to talk about this activity. And also, let's take a short break because we do have an ad break that's coming up right at the top of the hour here. So I'm just going to put us on a break for a second. Everybody, please just take a moment. I'm going to take a moment to just stretch very quickly and get myself together. And then I will be back and we will start. But for those who are interested, you see right here, https trello.com is where you would go. That is the link that you can use to go to sign up for a Trello board. So let me put it here. But if you want to wait, you can wait for us when we come back. We're going to talk a little bit about what Trello is. We're going to first we're going to introduce ourselves, then we're going to talk a little bit about what Trello is, and then after we talk about that, I'm actually going to walk you through. I have a little video that'll walk you through signing up. You can sign up in less than 5 minutes. It's a less than 5 minute sign up. Then I'll show you how you could set up your first Trello board, and then we'll continue to go from there and talking about how it helps us as creators and how we've used it in some very creative ways. Okay. All right, y'all. So thank you so much. And we will be back after the break, which is going to start in about 20 seconds is what it has here. So we'll have an ad break and then we'll be right back. Oh, definitely. If you have not taken your meds, take them. If you're talking about me, I did take my meds today. I took them. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I was a good girl and took my meds already. All right. So let me see when we come back from this ad break. Yeah, we got 1 more minute. So I'm going to take a quick break for real. I'm going to go, I'll be right back. All right. So hopefully everybody was able to take advantage of our quick ad break. The two important meds have already been taken. I can take the rest in a little while. Yep. Yep. That's basically where I was. Per se, I took the rest of my the rest of the stuff that I take are like supplements, but I made sure I took my meds this morning. First thing. Yeah, always self-care is always the most and critically important thing. Take care of yourself, and taking your meds is definitely a part of self-care. All right. So welcome in, everybody. We are kicking off our first talk show. So we'll have, it's going to go pretty smooth. And as Peachy says, we are probably the only ones who will know what we did or did not do based on what we had decided to do for the talk show. But this is a good first run for us, and it is going to be a great learning experience in terms of understanding um how to format our talk shows and how to make them better as we go along. So I appreciate everybody for being here for our very first talk show. And really the goal of these talk shows is to provide you with what we hope is going to be some great information to help you as a writer, to help you as a creator. And in addition to that, really help to support your goals and your journey towards whatever it is that you're working on. So for today, we thought it would be really great to talk about Trello for writers and creators. And but before we jump in, my name is EK Rose. I am an aspiring author. I am on the journey of getting my very first full length novel published. Where I am in the journey, I started out in 2021 with an idea for the novel. It was funny. It was really based on an interaction that I had had with someone. And I was like, I wonder if I could write a story, just really working around that interaction. So it kind of was the little spark, the inception for the novel. And then from there, I moved forward to actually thinking about a full blown story. And that story really is going to end up being a trilogy. It's anticipated to be a trilogy. I've already started thinking about book two, which is the life of a writer. You kind of write book one, you get it on the shelf, and then you're like book two and book three. But of course, even before I started, I thought about where do I want to take the journey from book one to book three. Um, so anyway, that's where I am. I'm on that journey. The manuscript has been completed. I have sent it out to have it looked at and reviewed by a professional editor. That editor did a lot of line editing, which means they really read every word of the book, came back with feedback on parts of the story that might need a little bit more shoring up, a little bit more clarity for the reader, as well as really helping to support me with all of the grammar and punctuation and all that other stuff, that people who are English majors will probably be like, why did she split that infinitive? You know what I'm saying? So that person kind of helped me with that. So where I am now is reviewing that feedback and really just getting the book ready to send for a final review, which is going to be the proofreading to make sure it's ready for the publisher. So that is awesome. So we have step one that we're almost complete with, and then we're moving to step two, which is going to be the publishing process. So Peachy, do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Okay. Can everyone hear me? I hope.
Yes.
Um, okay. So, I myself also am an aspiring author. I kind of lost my way a few years ago and lost a little inspiration, but EK has really given me that inspiration to get back to it. So, hopefully this year I will get back into that process. But in the meantime, I started working on machinimas. And while I played The Sims for a while, I happened upon a machinima for the first time back in 2019. And watching that, I'm like, okay, I think I can do that too. And so that's how I'm able to get my storytelling out there through the machinimas that I create, in which they are romance stories and with a little drama thrown in. So that's a little of my writing style. So it wasn't too much out of my wheelhouse as far as the storytelling part. But the machinima aspect, there's a lot of planning that goes into that. And because in that, you are the writer, the director, the producer, the editor, the cinematographer, and the music direction all in one person. So that's where most of my interest and my time is spent presently. And so that's where I am with that. In the coming months, I have a few different projects that's going on. Latter part of last year, I kind of took a break and did a few videos here and there, but starting out 2025, full swing, February is African American History Month. So I have videos for that. And March is Women's History Month, and I will definitely have videos for that. So by about April, the machinimas and the soap opera and all of that should kick back up. But that's me.
Okay. Peachy, thank you so much. Yes, so I will tell you, Peachy said she's a writer, a producer, all of those things. She really is. There is, she has, she puts her everything over on YouTube, right? And I believe it's at Sam Peachy's Place. Is that right?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're interested in following along with Peachy and especially the stories that she writes, she says it's a little bit of drama. I'm going to tell you, it's a whole lot of drama. I got characters in there that I hate. I'm like, I can't stand to see them show up in the Sims game, right? So you can get very invested in the stuff, and it's really just a lot of fun. um so we decided, the two of us were talking about this, and I said, I really want to make sure that as part of the EK Rose Writes branding, that we really share with people, tools and things that we use to kind of help us in organizing our work. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to take a little bit of a journey with us on today, and you're going to find out that you can organize absolutely anything with Trello. I was looking at it. I used Trello many, many years ago, kind of more so for work, but then I kind of dropped off and stopped using it. And now that I've come back to it and I started looking at it, I was like, why did I give up this very simple tool to be able to help me to organize my work and just be able to see stuff visually? Um, so really Trello is something you can use for projects. It could be a project around the house. Maybe it's something you're doing, remodeling your kitchen, whatever it might be. There's something that you could use it for projects, personal and business. You could also use it to track your weekly tasks, because what's really neat about it, and I think Peachy will talk about this a little bit, is how you can create templates, and you can use that template over and over and over and over again. So if you have daily activities or daily things that you do, you can use those templates and you can track them each day and mark them as done for that day. The other thing that's really great is I've been planning a trip, and yes, it's great. I have my Kindle Scribe. I use it to make my notes with, but what's really nice is being able to take some of that information, especially when you're planning for a trip and you have to do things like register, or whatever you have to do with the State Department because you're traveling outside of the country, all those kinds of things like that. You can make a quick little task list right here inside of Trello, and you could just see what you've done and check it off, and keep moving as you're planning for your trip. So it really is a tool that could be used for literally anything. It is primarily set up to be a collaboration tool. So Peachy and I had a lot of fun with creating this shared Trello board. You kind of see a little bit of it here. We had a lot of fun creating this shared Trello board, being able to look at ideas and work together with it. But even as a single person, or as a person who you're the only thing, you're doing everything for yourself, it's still a great tool for organizing the work. And what I really like about it is it makes everything visible about what you have to do, and it's all visible in one place. You don't have to search through notes or anything of that nature, and I really like that. It makes things very visible and easily trackable. Um, the way Trello is set up, your tasks or whatever it is that you're doing is set up on a board, and you kind of see the board here where we have a shared board. We have some ideas and tasks that we want to work on, some things that we're planning, the stuff that we're doing, what's scheduled, and what's done, right? So you can kind of see that, right across the board, very, very visually. And it really gives you an
I'm on.
opportunity
I'm
where,
on.
with just a glance, you can see what you're working on, if others are working with you, who is working on what, and where something is in the way, on the path of you getting stuff done, right? All right. So, I've kind of, and so I'm going to really show you guys how we kind of set this up. So, we did a stream prep for our stream, just giving you a quick example. So, we knew we had to do a couple of short videos. We had to talk about the order of the stream. We had to run through the stream order. We kind of did that last night. So now we're at showtime. And guess what? I can click showtime, right? Because we're here and we're done, right, with that. And so that task list, that checklist, and everything that we were doing for stream prep is pretty much done. So at this point, I can just take it and say we were planning. Um, we're doing, but we got something else to help us with the doing, but we're actually done. So I can move it right over here to done, right? And I'm going to tell y'all, I'm one of those people where it is so satisfying to be able to move stuff into the daggone done column. That is like super satisfying. And so now we are doing our stream. So we have our stream outline. We have the things that we want to talk about, a little bit of timestamps around it, so that we can make sure that we're in the right, the right place, the right time during the time. And so what I'm able to do, I ended my segment for the pre-talk show. We did our intermission, right? We've started the talk show, right? We've done our welcomes and introductions, and I'll talk a little bit about what to expect. So very simply, what you can expect here, and see, I can go right back up to my notes. We're going to do a series of video tutorials. We're going to have some interactive segments. We're going to show you some demonstrations, and of course, Q&A. You're right there in the chat. Anytime you have a question that you want to ask us about something, just ask us right there in the chat, and I have the chat open so I can take a look at it and see whatever questions you might have. So that's pretty much how we're going to run the show.
Shantae,
Yes.
one other thing, when you have that checklist, when
Mm-hmm.
you click off the different items, you can see that percentage. So that's another feel
Oh,
good item
yes.
because you see the percentage
Yes.
of that list
Yes.
being completed.
Yes, that's a very good point. And you can also hide checked items here as well, right? So if you don't want to see what you've already done, you can hide those checked items as well. But that is a good point, Peachy. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you can see the percentage of where you are when you're done. So for us, we're done with our welcome and introductions and what to expect. And so now we're going to move over into our segment of the talk show where we're going to talk about Trello, your new, and I say new in quotes, creative assistant, right? Because Trello, like I said, has been around for a long, long time, and people have been using it for to help them to organize and manage work for quite some time. So I talked about Trello and how easy it is to sign up for Trello. So give me just one second, and I'm going to actually, I have a little video that I'm going to share with you that will kind of show you what I mean by how easy it is to sign up for Trello. All right. So let's get our little video running here. Okay. And it should have started. Here we go. Here we go. So there's no sound to this. I'm just going to kind of just walk you through it. Of course, go to the site https://trello.com and click the sign up for Trello. I just signed up for it using my Google connection. I chose the right Google account, went ahead and confirmed that it's okay. And then it came back and said, create your account. And I clicked a button to create my account. And there I was, right? So they have a little bit of questions on the side. What brings you here today? So you can, kind of some ideas to spur what you're planning to work on. For me, I was just, going to use Trello just to do exactly what it said at the top, right? To track some work. You start out with your first board and you just name it. Name it whatever you want. I went about naming this one book 2, right? Because I was like, I'm going to start a Trello board to help me organize getting together for my book 2. So ultimately, I made up my mind of what I was going to call it. You can see, right? Always, you know, but you saw how easy it was when I started with something, I wanted to rename it, not a problem. And then I started with organizing my board list. And I always said, okay, organizing a book, what am I going to do? I'm going to plan the book, right? I'm going to write, okay? And then I'm going to publish, right? So three small task boards up there, 3 lists up there that I could start tracking stuff on. So when I started to plan the book, of course, I want to know who my characters are in my book. And then, of course, I want to talk about what my plot outline is, right? What is the outline for the plot of the book? Okay. So those are just early starts for the book, for getting it set up. So now I've done that. At this point, if I had someone that I wanted to collaborate with, I could have put in their email address and they would have received access to the board. But since I'm just working on this one alone, I just didn't put anybody in there. Now, when you sign up, it is going to say you're going to start with Trello Premium, but you do not have to pay a penny to use Trello. So I did not put in any credit card information or anything of that nature because I don't plan on paying to use Trello. I pay for enough services. If I can use Trello for free and it'll do what I need it to do, then that's perfectly fine. And so um now I've set up that board and really that was it. It wasn't that long, didn't take that long. I've gotten signed up. I now have the product available to me and I can use the product. And it's really just that simple. So that's how easy it is to get signed up with Trello. Just out of curiosity, is there anyone in chat who currently uses Trello, or are you walking along with us and looking at it and saying, you know what, this might be something I could use? I might have a little bit of interest, and maybe you just signed up to Trello. I'd just be curious to know for those in chat where you are on your journey with the use of Trello, or maybe not the use of Trello. Just curious. So we'll make sure that we're keeping the content interesting for everybody who wants to be here.
And as everyone's typing in, if she signed up and added boards, lists in the beginning, you're
Mm-hmm.
not tied to those lists. You
No.
can always add more or take some away during
Mm-hmm.
that process. You may start out with just three, but by the time you finish working on your project, you may find that you need another list of something else, and it can build to as many lists as you want. So the ones that you put in the beginning do not always have to be the ones that you keep throughout the project.
Mm-hmm. And just a quick note with you, when you sign up for the free Trello, you get a total of 10 boards that you can have active at one time. So you could archive boards. So for example, I have this scrap Trello board here, where I just set it up and I just wanted to show you the idea here. So I have some ideas and tasks. So I called this set of things ideas and tasks, right? So I wanted to know what was I going to write for my blog for January 6th, right? And then doing and done. But if I want to archive this, I can simply, I believe it's right over here, isn't it? PG archive the board, about this board,
I
archive
can't see
items.
anything.
Oh, you can't see
It's just
anything.
a screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I was supposed to be over here at the Windows capture. All right, so let me start again. Thank you for that. So you should be able to see where I am now. So I have four boards. We have four boards here. We have author dashboard, which I'll talk about in a moment. Peachy's going to show her content sample. We have a shared board that we work with together. You kind of saw that before. And then I have the scrap Trello board. So if I don't want to use this board anymore, I could archive it. Um, and or I could create a new board. So again, I'm just going to walk through the steps because I'm just a person who believes that if you can see it in action, you can do it, right? So here, now that I've signed up, I'm in Trello. This is the complete free version. We purposely signed up for a version of it that we knew would expire and you would not be seeing any of the advanced or premium functions, right? Because once again, I thoroughly believe that if a product is free and free will work for you, then use the free. So this is a board that we've had for a while. So I'm going to go here. If you're inside of Trello, let's say you created that first Trello board, I'm going to create another one and just show you how easy it is to create. So I click the plus beside your boards. I'm going to give this board a title. I'm just going to call it Live Demo Talk Show. That's just me. I love to make long names for stuff. Is visible in my workspace and I'm going to create it, right? So here it is. Here is a live demo board that I just created. Okay. So I'm going to decide what kinds of columns I want to have to track my work. So I always like to use something called Brainstorm, right? And so what Brainstorm is to me is I'm just brainstorming some ideas, right? So let's just say that I'm going to brainstorm some ideas for how to increase my social media posts, right? And if I could spell social right, it would be great. Um, so I want to brainstorm some idea. I spelled it even worse that time. Social media posts. So I'm going to add that card. Now I can go into this card and I'm going to say, what can I do to increase my engagement across my social channels, right? So I'm just putting that there as a description. You could make your description be whatever you wanted it to be, right? So now I'm clicking save. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a checklist. So I can call my checklist whatever I want to call it. And the first thing that I'm going to say is maybe I'm going to look for YouTube videos on uh, on social posts. I don't know. I'm just making up stuff, y'all. This is right off the cuff. So I'm going to look for some YouTube videos on social posts, right? I'm going to read when is the best times to post on, let's say I'm going to target Instagram, right? So when are the best times to post on Instagram? So I want to read up about that. What is an Instagram story, reel, etc., right? Because maybe I don't know enough about it, and I want to do a little bit of research to understand what is the difference between an Instagram story, an Instagram reel, an Instagram post, whatever, they call it. And then I want to research key keywords that are used for writers, right? So you know how they have the little hashtags. So let me put research hashtags. So that'll sound a little bit better. That'll be more relevant. Research hashtags used by writers, right? So now I have a little checklist that I've started, and part of it is part of a brainstorm, right? So I'm trying to figure out what can I do to increase my engagement across my social channels. And so now I have a little checklist that I can work with. And when I go back to my card, I see that there are 4 items that are on my checklist, right? So that's part of brainstorming. So I'm going to decide that I really want to nail down into that brainstorm. And so here are some things that I'm going to be doing, right? So, so perhaps I want to add to this card, add a card. And so perhaps I want to say in this card, I got to type in, sorry about that. All right. So I want to say, my schedule. So let's just say I want to put in my schedule, right? Um, And again, you could do this any way that you wanted to do it. So I want to say I want to create posts for the week, right? And I want to post 2 times this week, right? And so now I can save it. And so now again, if I want to use checklists, I could do it, or I could set dates. I could open dates about when I want to have something done, right? So I could say, let's do my first post, checklist. Again, I'm just going to say checklist. I'm just using that because I like checklists because they're easy to check off, right? So what I want to do is I want to schedule first post, right? And I'll add it, and then create the post in Canva. I use Canva quite a bit, so I'm going to create the post in Canva. And if these are not ordered correctly, can't we reorder them, Peachy? Yes. So you see how easy it was
Yes, you
for me to
can.
reorder that. So I want to create the post in Canva. Then I want to schedule the first post. And if I want to give scheduling the first, if I want to give any of these a due date, I can say due date. Oh, assign dates and add members to check upgrade. Okay, so it says I can't do the due date on the checklist unless I have um the what is it, upgrade. Okay, but y'all know what, I'm a smart kid. I know I want to get this done by 125. I can put my date there. Okay, keep it moving. We don't have to pay.
You know what? You can put the date like on the card. You just
Okay,
can't put it on the checklist
you can't put it on the
because
checklist,
I
but I can
believe
put it on the
up there
card.
where it says
Okay.
watch, I believe, or somewhere up there,
Okay,
that's where it's part of the free part.
as part of the free part. Okay. All right.
Hmm.
And now if you can jot that down, maybe you can show them how to do that. But I'm just saying, I'm just going to use this as an example, y'all, because I'm just trying to move through it. I'm just going to put some dates on there. You understand what I'm saying for myself? And let's just say my first post, you know, I want it posted on 2/1. And it says I have unsaved changes. So that's really good because now I can save it and now I have that on there. So that's just how, I could set it up. So now I'm doing what I'm doing is I'm working on scheduling it, and then I can create a task list if I want for scheduled, you know what I'm saying? And then if I wanted to have a list, I could have a list for done. Okay. So this is just to show you how easy it is to use Trello, how easy it is to modify and update things, do whatever you want to do across Trello. But that was really easy. I just set up a live demo just to show you a live demo right there, so you could see how it would all work. All right, so we are at an ad break. And so, what I'm going to do for those who are still here, we're going to pause a little bit to let the ad break go through. I'm going to encourage people, if they would like to take a break, they certainly can. I'm going to grab some water, definitely drink a little bit of water while we're here at the ad break. And then, as soon as we return, let me take a look at my schedule and where I am. See, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, Peachy. I can see where I am, right? We're at 10:30. So we've already talked about that. We talked about Trello, what it is, getting started, and I showed you how to create a board if you needed to create a board after we got started. And so then when we come back after this ad break, I'm going to pick right up and start talking about how I use Trello as a writer. All right. All right, so our ad break has ended. Welcome back, everyone, from the ad break. So at this point in time, we're going to move the segment along, and I'm just going to talk very briefly with you about how I am, my intentions to use Trello as my author dashboard to help me with the development and the organizing of my book too. So I'm a plain Jane girl. Peachy's going to show you how to make it all pretty. You saw how there were pictures and all that stuff on the other side. Peachy and I have had a lot of good laughs about me being a plain Jane girl. I'm like, I see the word brainstorm. I know what I'm supposed to be doing, right? So I'm good to go. So that's just who I am, right? So here is my author dashboard, and this really is part of the process of how you can see how I am planning to get my second novel written within a 9 to 12 month period. So I'm starting with the brainstorms. Believe it or not, I've already started developing the characters. I know who the characters are going to be in book two. Obviously, Stormy and Maurice are going to be there, right? But we're going to introduce a new nemesis just to make life hell. So we're going to introduce a new nemesis. So I have to go through and do a little bit of character development on that person. Also, I have loosely outlined the plot of the story. Now, you don't see much here because, once again, I am still in development and I actually have this board in a much more, in a different space than this. But I just wanted to show you an idea of how, I set this up. So I need to brainstorm around my characters. This is currently in progress. And so what's really nice is that, yes, I could have a lane that says, we call these lanes or columns. I could have a column that says, in progress, working on doing, whatever. But I wanted to have my lanes look a little bit different. My columns look a little bit different, right? So brainstorming, and so in order to do that, I created labels. So I have labels like in progress, writing and drafting, reviewing, editing, revising, polishing, done. So I can create these labels across, I can create as many of these labels as I would like, and I can color code them. And so that for me is going to be the indicator of what I'm supposed to be working on, right? So brainstorming, I'm in progress when it comes to my characters. Plot outline, I haven't started yet. So there is no kind of tag there for you to see, right? There's no tag there at all. Then plan and prep. After I've gone through some brainstorming, I start to plan and prep for my book, and I give myself 30 days for that. And that is very specific by design because I have 30 things that I will do prior to starting to write, each one coinciding with a day of that during that period. So on day one, I have something where I'm going to announce my intention. So you'll see me when I get to this. The reason why it's in progress is because I haven't done it yet. I'm going to update on my website and say, hey, we're beginning to write book two. And then I'm going to start posting on socials. We're beginning to write book two, right? So something to that nature is what's going to be happening on day one. Then for my day two, I want to make sure that I have set my genre correctly. So this book, first book that I started writing, I thought it was just romantic suspense, but really, it came back from the editor and it came back from some pre-readers that it's more of a romantic suspense thriller, right? Because we have some crimes going on. There is very rapidly paced. It's a romantic story, but it's pretty rapidly paced like a thriller. And so that kind of narrows my genre down even a little bit more. But I understand now what the genres are. Did I want to write a mystery? Well, maybe. There's like a crime to solve, reputation to save, right? Absolutely. There's reputations to be saved in the first book. So that makes it the suspense thriller. And then, of course, there is the romance part. Love is found, right? So I have a good idea of that. I have some notes here about genres where I can go and learn a little bit more about genres, how to create suspense in your writing, romance publishing's hottest genres and subgenres. So I have just some information here for me when I'm looking at that on day two around deciding the genre. And really, my goal here is just to review a quick summary to determine if the genre still holds for the book two that I'm writing. Then I have like choosing the plot formula. So on day three, there's going to be a list of things that I can review, popular plot formulas, the one-page novel. This was created by the creator E.A. Deverell around the one-page novel, how you can summarize your book in one page using like 8 squares. We could talk about that one day. That was very useful to me in the beginning getting started. But I also have a preferred plot formula. So this one is going to go pretty quickly for me. My plot formula is I like to write a combination against the 3 act, when you're setting up 3 acts, against a backdrop of the 27 chapter method. I have a feeling about anything that I write, if I cannot, especially when it comes to romantic suspense or romantic suspense thrillers, if I cannot write my story in 30 chapters or less, then something is wrong and it's too long. And I need to go in and think about what it is that I'm writing. So I'm just being very real with you all. I'm like 30 chapters or less, 70K words or less. If I'm going over that, then probably I'm writing book 3, or maybe I'm writing another book, right? And I need to go in and pull the pieces out to make sure that I'm staying within the idea of quick, get it in, get the story told, get out, right? So that's just my style of writing. Then, of course, when I go to drafting and editing, I created a template. So Peachy showed me how to do this last night. So for each one of my chapters, I want to make sure I understand the setting and the location, who the characters are that are in that chapter, and to do a brief chapter summary. Now, I could add some additional stuff to this if I wanted to. That's perfectly fine. But what happened last night is working with Peachy, I learned how to create this as a template. And I think it's just a matter of going here and creating it as a template. PT, I think you're going to talk about that a little bit, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so Peachy's going to talk about that a little bit. So I created it as a template. So now if I go to add a card, I could say add card. Um, oh, I'm so sorry. I did that wrong. I can make that card a template, but I don't want to make that card a template. What I want to do is template. I can copy it and make a new card with the template. And Peachy will again walk you through the process of that. I love working with Peachy because I'm learning from her as I go, and I think that's really wonderful. But this is my draft and edit. I set 60 days. So this is another thing that you can do as well, and this comes from the concept of a Kanban board where you can either determine how many tasks you're going to have available during a period of time, or in this case, I use it to say 30 days is going to be doing for planning and prepping, 60 days for drafting and editing the book, 60 days for revising and polishing. And what that means is that's when I'm going to be sending it off to an editor. The editor is going to give me feedback, and within those 60 days, I will be working with that feedback from the editor to polish the book and get it ready for promotion and publishing. And I have that set up to be 120 days. And a great idea that Peachy gave me last night was sometimes any one of these cards could be moved to waiting. Like maybe I'm waiting for somebody to give me some feedback. Maybe I'm waiting on the editor to return, some response to what I'm editing. Maybe it's out to beta readers, and I'm waiting on the beta readers to give me back some information. So I could move something over. It's still in progress, but I know it's waiting, and I can make a quick note down here. I could say, um, waiting on feedback, right? And so right there, I know that I have something, it's waiting. And the reason it's waiting is because it's waiting on feedback. So that makes that very, very easy to do. And then, of course, I always have a resource bank because as I'm writing, I'm always looking at things, I'm always learning new things. So I create a resource bank for each book where there might be some things that I learned in terms of knowledge around that book. Maybe it was how the crime was developed, something of that nature. And I have a resource bank that's very easy for me to look at. So let me check at how we're doing on time because I want to make sure because I could talk about this for days, and I don't want to take up all of the time, right? Because we do have Peachy available to us. So once again, chat, what do you think about this? How do you feel about being able to use something that's this easy for you to be able to track and manage your work, um, you know, as you're working on it? Just curious as to how you might feel about this. Is it too much information that we're giving all at once? How do you feel about it? Just doing a quick pulse check. Okay. You definitely use it to capture ideas when I'm working on something else and it's just bugging me. Um, and I don't want to forget. And then honestly, I love it. All I have to do is to stick to it, which is hard for me sometimes. So, um, that comment that you just made is very true. It's very easy to fall off the trail with these types of things. But I think one of the things that I love that Peachy mentions here in the chat is that I have a ton of ideas all the time around my book, like, around my book. And so, yeah, I have my Kindle. That's where I'm probably going to start. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to start like right here. I have notes right here for stuff that I need to do, right? So I'm going to start here. But I think what the Kindle Scribe does is it gives me the ability to long form write out what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. And then from there, take the idea and say, how do I break this down into parts, right? Um, so like I have some notes. You can't really see these notes, but I have some notes where I'm taking a class through Buffer. Buffer is offering a course for creatives to help them to increase their social media, posting consistently on social media. So I love the goal of that. And as part of that, they talk about things like how do you use social media to not only talk about the book or to talk about your product or to talk about your business, but how do you use social media to really let people know about the woman behind the brand, right? So when we start talking about things like social media, you know, how do I let you know about who I am as a writer, who I am as a person, what ticks, right, in my world? And so from there, I say, okay, woman behind the brand. So for me, that would end up being a brainstorming idea. I'm just going to add it here, woman behind the brand, right? Okay. So now I have a card, and with that card, I can add it and I can say, what are some ways you can talk about yourself and comfortably, because I would tell people don't put all your business out there in the street, okay? And comfortably share IRL activities, right? And what inspires you to write, right? Okay. So I can put that right there. So, yes, my book, I've made some notes in my book, but here is what I call action items, right? So I'm coming here and I'm saying, okay, I want to talk about the woman behind the brand. What are some ways that I can do that? And now I can go in and I can start brainstorming on that with a checklist or however I choose to brainstorm on that, right? So what it ends up doing is these tools become part of a toolkit. And I'll talk about that. That's a great topic that I could share in one of our talk shows is about a toolkit. How do you put a toolkit together and make that toolkit where it becomes so seamless that it's almost like a part of what you do, right? And then that way it makes it easier to stick to it. But in the beginning, it is a new habit that you are forming. If you're starting to use the Trello board to track your work, it's a new habit that you're forming. And in order to make that habit become atomic, you're going to have to use it every day. You're going to have to, uh, or if you do once a week planning, use it once a week. However, it is, you just have to work it into what you're doing until it becomes almost just a natural extension of what you do. So that's the best advice that I could give around that because I'm just like a lot of people, I won't declare myself as being ADHD because I haven't gone to a doctor and gotten myself checked to see if I'm neurodivergent and all of that. So I'm never going to claim those types of things because I've never gone through the full diagnosis around it. And I think it's we all have some tendencies. And one of my tendencies is to start using something and forget about it and abandon it and there you go, right? So so I have that tendency as well, but what I found helps me, and I'm just speaking about me, I'm not saying that this will help everyone, but what helps me is when I start to naturally work in these tools as just a part of my everyday life. So So
And
that's the advice I would give around that. And go ahead, Peachy.
and I can add to that because I have a tendency to start something and not follow through, and it's not because I don't want to, but life steps in.
Mm-hmm.
The way I started to use this regularly, I just set an alarm on my phone that every
That's a great
morning
idea.
at 7:15 open Trello board, and I just
Mm,
have it set every day at 7:15 until it just became part of when I turn on my computer, I automatically started opening it up. But until I was able to do that, I just had the alarm 7:15, open Trello board, Monday through Sunday. That was my alarm.
that's great. That's great. That's great advice. That's great advice. It's kind of like writing, making writing a habit for me. Saying I'm going to show up every morning and do, a stream for writing, right? And now I can incorporate this, one of the tasks when I have admin tasks. So what's going to be really nice, and Peachy's going to show us this, is I can come in and I can create a Trello board that just helps me to manage my streams. And if I know I have a list of things that are admin tasks, I can create a template, and on that template have all those tasks that I should follow as part of the stream. And that's just going to be awesome for me because that way, again, I'm working in Trello into my whole life as a writer and as a content creator. I'm working it in and I'm saying, okay, when I type in to the stream task, daily admin task, I can pull up my Trello board, go right to my template that I had, and I can say, okay, these are things I need to check off as my daily admin tasks. And so then that way it just working in as a part of my what I do. It becomes what I do when I'm streaming. All right. And speaking of streaming and having a stream outline and everything, we are at 10:50 exactly. So I've talked about Trello for writers. So what I'd like for us to do is to take a 10-minute comfort break. And then when we come back right at the top of the hour, maybe a couple of minutes after the top of the hour because I think we're going to run into an ad break. But um, when we get to the top of the hour, we're going to come back. We're going to get set up, and then Peachy is going to talk about how she uses Trello as a creator. She's going to share her board with you, and then she's also going to show you how to make Trello pretty. She's gonna show y'all how to make Trello pretty because y'all saw my board, right? My board was just simply she gonna put the razzle dazzle in because my board was simply, the words at the top and some color coding around where I was with the tasks. So to each his own, I guess. Very plain, very plain. Look, it had flowers on the back, right? There were flowers on the back end. You know what I'm saying? So there were flowers on the back end. Give me some credit for the flowers on the back. All right. So I'm going to encourage everybody to take that self care break. Make sure you stay hydrated. I definitely need water after talking for that period of time. I'm going to stretch a little bit. And also, oh, you started to go in and add some art to my card. That's funny. That is so funny. That is hilarious, but that's okay. I like it. That's fun. All right. So thank you all, and please enjoy your break. I'm gonna put us on with a short break. I'm not actually. I think I can do this. I can. So we're gonna take a short break. If you guys want to play a little words on stream, you can. I can go ahead and get that set back up to run. Okay, got it.
With those family feud words.
The Family Feud words, yes. Yes, the words with the Family Feud. All right. And I will go ahead and set the activity timer as well. And we'll be back at the top of the hour, everyone. All right, I'm going to get ready to break on this because we will be back from the ad break now. All righty. All right, y'all. So thank you so much for being with us as we got through our break. And at this point, give me just a moment to reset our screen. And I can also take that off and focus is back on the window. And then Peachy, I'm going to put your little cute avatar up. That's so cute. I love it so much. The new look of the avatar. It is definitely nice. There we are. All right, everybody. So we are going to, Peachy is going to drive a little bit here, and I am just going to be in the background supporting. But Peachy, please feel free to take it away.
Okay. As Enchante said, the video that I will show will give you a little insight on how to add the images to your cards. It is not a necessity, but I am very visual. And even though on the cards I have what they are for, I like to have the little cute pictures on there to add that little razzle dazzle. So the columns that I have on my, or the lanes that I have on my page are um, the task, the planning, doing, scheduled, and done. And that's usually the lanes that I start out with. Sometimes I will have some additional lanes that will go on that form, which will include like waiting, because oftentimes, even when we are creating something on our own, we have to wait on something from someone, be it a build, or in my case, sometimes I have other creators giving me Sims to add to my stories. So that's where I will add a card that says waiting until I get that information from them, and then I can slide it back into whatever lane it originated in. And having that waiting column provides me the opportunity to just at a glance see everything that I'm waiting on, because sometimes, as you know, you have to nudge people along when you're waiting on something from them. So it gives us a little reminder, okay, I can't proceed until I get A, B, or C. So the video, if you want to cue that up, EK, to show the video for adding
Okay.
the images to the card.
Okay. So let's see. I'm going to take this down. And then, yeah. And I call the video Making Cards Pretty.
Oh, no.
Because that's what this is, y'all. This is the making the cards pretty. All right.
Right.
All right. So
And
let's see if we
okay,
can
and
get it
like
going.
EK's, mine does not have any audio, so I'll just kind of talk through it a little bit, and I may talk ahead of what is actually happening on the screen. But I know that people are different type of learners, be it auditory or visual or kinesthetic, or however you pronounce that word. But the
So I'll go ahead and start it. Okay.
okay,
All
yeah.
right. Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the video, you click. This is what the cards look like before I added the images, and you will click on the particular card that you would like, and you can use images that are within Trello, which some of them are kind of boring, or you can pull images from the internet. So I would just Google it and add the image that I want or that I like the most. And also, one thing that I do is at the top of each lane, that card that has the picture or the image on there, I type a brief description of what that column is. So, in the case of the ideas and tasks, it's just to capture ideas in one place. So, when I add that image to that particular card, that always stays at the top. So, even if you add 30 cards under that task lane, that one with the image will always be on the top, and you will always know what that particular lane is. Even though internally you know, but it still keeps it to the forefront that if by chance you add someone to share that board with, they also can see what goes in that particular lane, and that keeps everything organized so that you don't have planning in the wrong lane or task in the wrong lane. It's simple, but it's just, just helps me out and keeps everything straight in my mind so that when I look at it, I know what each lane is specifically for. So this is the task lane, and it proceeds all the way across the board with the task, the schedule, the done, I did the same thing with each column. And I think I cut some of the video on that. It just showed some of the steps in each one of the lanes. Um, and I even added how when you add the cards below the particular task, how it will move it up, but the card with the image will always be on the top. And that would kind of keep everything visually organized and in particular order. And as EK also said in the description, you can add a description there or you don't have to. None of these particular slots on here are mandatory to complete. It's just to help you, keep track of your particular thoughts. Because this board is yours, you tailor it to what works best for you. And the things that I do are different than what EK does and what it is that you would do. It's just giving you the different option to be able to organize your board or see the ways that you can organize your board by seeing someone else. And you'll also see that later in the talk show, other creators' use of the Trello board, not just ours. And here is where I showed the different cards. And as I added them, how it just adds to the bottom of it. And you can sometimes lose the top if you continue to add, but having that image always on the top keeps it, very visual for you. You were going to say something?
No, I was going to say I agree with your point that this is very personal. How you set it up is very, very personal, and so you can set it up where it adapts to your style. Um, like Peachy was saying, she's very visual. She likes the picture at the top. Me, I told you I'm just as good with the plain Jane and the words and the colors moving across. Although she has said that she has updated my cards.
Yeah, I
So
really wanted
that's
to go in there and add something
yeah.
yours, but I didn't.
You didn't? Oh wow.
No.
I thought you had. I thought I was gonna go in there and be like, oh, that's cute. And then go from there. All right.
Okay. So
S-
next, I was going to talk about the template, maybe making a template card.
okay. All right.
So if you go to my particular sample page,
Okay.
and
Yep.
I have set that up. It's
Hold on before you say anything. Y'all, look at how pretty that is. Look at that colorful to do. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Current projects. I mean, look at her stuff. You know what? Nice.
yeah, and I had to put my favorite place in the background.
Yes. Awesome.
So that first column to the left, it has templates, and these are just two examples of templates that I have on my page. The new video template, and then I have just the color legend. So the new video template, if you click on that for me, it is the template that I use whenever I'm creating a video. And while some of it may change depending on the type of video that I'm doing, these items that are listed in the checklist are something that is in every video that I have. So by having those listed there, one, it gives me that great sensation of when I complete something, I can check it off, but it also keeps me on track because a lot of times, I would say most of the time, I'm working on about 3 or 4 videos at one time. And so it's easy to forget a step. So by having this checklist for each video that I'm doing, it always keeps me on track of where I am with each particular video. And the description is where I would fill out what that particular video is. So whether it is a build video or create a sim, or if it's a machinima, that description tells me what that video is. And the more I can take off of my brain, it gives me the opportunity to come up with different ideas. But when I'm so afraid that I'm going to forget something, I always forget something. So I add the checklist to keep me on track. And here is just one checklist, but I may have 3 or 4 different checklists within this one card because you can do that. I have a checklist for the video itself, and then if I have to wait on something for someone, if I have scenes that I have to create or particular shots for a scene, I break it down just that narrow of a breakdown to keep me in line with what I want to do. Um, and again, I like to check off the items. It's no better feeling to me than to see 100% on my checklist. And then that way I can move on to the next
Hmm.
thing. And so here, when with this template, if you want to create a card, up at the top, there is an option that says create new card from template or create card from template. When you click that, that keeps your template intact and just creates a particular card. So if I do 100 videos, this particular template is going to stay intact. But when I click that um, button at the top, I name a card, and that becomes the card that I'm working with. And that's where I can add the information or take things off of this particular card. And then I would just slide it in a particular lane that I have to. And usually in the beginning stages, it is in my to do or it's in the current project. And down in the activity, I use that section as notes to myself, not just on videos, but if I have to film a particular scene or if it's something that I want to accomplish, but I don't quite know where I want to put it, I will just put a note there, and that way it's captured, and I always have something to refer back to. A lot of times with me creating soap operas and connecting stories and connecting families, for continuity's sake, I have to remember, oh, this person doesn't like this person, or this person is related to this person. That is where I use that activity part. And that's just, my particular case, but it gives you an idea what you can use that section for because it's just notes to yourself. And you can put notes to yourself for that particular video that you're on. And that way it's all captured in one particular place. And you don't have to worry about post a note here or post a note on your desk that's something sitting on top of that you're going to forget about. It's all in one place. Um, and I think that is it. Oh, the date up. If you scroll up, um, you will see. I know you had tried to put the date on the checklist, but you can put a date on the card on the right hand side over to the right. You see, it's either calendar or date on that right hand. Right. That's
Yeah,
where
it's
you can
called
put your
dates.
date on there.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you can put your start date, your end date, time, and then how the reminder. Um, right below that is, how many days in advance you want to remind yourself. And you change that and you save it. Sorry. You save it, and then it's going to remind you when you when that date is approaching. But when you close that card out, you will see the date on the card as well. When just on your lanes, just a snapshot on there will give you at a glimpse the date that you have on that particular card.
That's awesome. I like that.
So that is for the template. And the next card I have there is the legend, the color legend. And again, that's just me liking the pretty colors and everything. I have for the labels the different type of videos I would do. Let's play, the bills, the save file, Creative Sims, and Machinima. And so, depending on what type of video it is, when I put a label, you will see the color swatch on that particular card. And again, at a glance, I can look at that and say, okay, I'm working on Creative Sims or Machinima. And if you create that type of content, you have to shift gears. A Creative Sims video is very different from a Machinima video. So
Hmm.
then, depending on my mood that day, which one I feel like working with. So then I can always pull that up and know where I am on that particular video that I'm
Hmm.
working on. Okay,
That is
and
awesome.
And then across those different lanes, those are the lanes that I currently have on my actual board. I have the to do in the doing right now, videos to be scheduled, the future projects, and CC that I need to make. Because some of the CC that I have in my bills, I create myself. So when I come up with an idea or something, that's where I will put it so that I don't forget about it. And then, of course, that done column, because I love to move that card to that done when I've
Mhm.
completed everything. Because on my video template, I have everything from starting the project all the way down to scheduling the editing the video, scheduling the video on YouTube, scheduling my Twitter or X posts, the and when it's completely done, that's when I can move that card over to that done column. Yep. And that is, pretty much how I use those particular Trello to keep me on track. And as I stated in the beginning, I will have to set an alarm to open it up every day because I use Trello not just for content creation, I use it for work as well because I have different projects that I work on my job. So I just have a different board for my work projects. And that keeps me on track because I will have post-it notes all over my monitor. I have post-it notes all over my calendar, and I'm always losing post-it notes. So that's how I really started using it work, and it just trickled into the content creation part as well as other things that I'm working on within my content creation.
Mhm. PG, that was awesome. um, always learning. So I've really learned something from that. I have to go in and do my little color legend. That's pretty cool. I like that. So you immediately know what the color legends mean. That's awesome.
Mhm.
That's
And then it
awesome.
also helps you when you're creating the hashtags on your YouTube videos too.
Yes.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I could see having a, yeah, I could see that too. Yep. That's
Mhm.
awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions for
Yeah.
me?
Anybody have any questions for PT? She really is advanced in using the Trello boards. Um, so I think that that's just awesome. Um, she's been
Yeah,
able to
this
share
gave me
that.
an idea to start to do a video for my channel too.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Great. That's great. That's great. So like I said, we have like a little bit of a 10 minutes here. If people have questions, let me get to the point where I can see. Oops, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to see the chat so I can follow along if you all have questions. All right.
And you can see in this free version, you have everything that you really need.
Yeah.
Some of the premium may give you a little bit more bells and whistles, but for the most part, you can use the free version, and free is my favorite
Mm-hmm.
word,
That's it.
and do what you need. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Because when I had the more advanced features that they give you to be able to use for the first 2 weeks, especially if you don't put a credit card in, that was like enough for me to just really be able to see, how uh what some of those more advanced features were. And like Peachy said, I looked at it and I was like, I'm so basic, in how I would want to use this tool, that paying for it doesn't make any sense for me. Now at work, it's a different story. I have a team. It might make sense to pay for it for a team to be able to give more people access, and to do more collaborative things. But when it's just a single creator by myself, I'm good. I'm good with that. I'm good with
And
that.
even if you collab with maybe one or two other people, I think the
Yes,
free
it's still
version is
free.
still good. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's still
Mm-hmm.
good for you because with us, we used it, and then I've used it when I've collabed with other people on Machinima. We just created a board for that particular project that we were waiting on, and she and I shared. It had the lanes and everything set up until we completed the project, and then I just archived it because to
Mm-hmm.
free it up. But you can
Mm-hmm.
definitely use it if you're working with someone on a project and you may be in different time zones as we are on the internet and on Twitch and YouTube, or you're in different states and you don't have to talk on the phone all the time. And you can just still put all of your information and both of you will have that access to it.
Yeah. 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 So that was really really good for that segment. So Peachy and I we've spent some time talking about how we use Trello. Myself as an author, her as a creative, creating work on YouTube. So, what I would like to do at this point is kind of show you a couple of um, a couple of videos where there are some creators who are using Trello in some very fun and novel ways. So the first one that I wanted to share with you was actually many of us are gamers and we love, and I'm going to take my picture off because you don't need to see my picture because she's going to be talking. But we love to do things like play games like Disney Dreamlight Valley. And so I was researching on the web, and this was very recently published in the last week or so. And there is a creator on YouTube. Her name is Ellie Plays. And I reached out to Ellie Plays and I asked, would it be okay if I shared her video, making sure I gave credit to her, of course, here on YouTube. And so there's the information there. You could follow this content creator. But what I'd like to do is share how she is going to redesign her entire Disney Dreamlight Valley, and she's planning it using Trello. And it's referred to as organized magic. So if you will, let's go through this. Let's play it, and let's spend a few minutes looking at how another creator is really using Trello to help them with this task of reorganizing Dreamlight Valley.
Hey friends! Welcome to my brand new Disney Dreamlight Valley series. I've been playing casually since early access launched in September of 2022, just enjoying the magic and placing houses and villagers wherever felt right. But now, my valley's starting to look a little too
I don't hear
whimsical,
anything.
so I decided it's time for a total valley glow up. My plan.
All right, thank you, Peachy. Yeah, I was curious if the sound was coming through. So Peachy told me it was not. So let's make sure we have this set. It is set correctly. And oh, the other thing I need to make
Hey
sure of
friends! Welcome
is
to
that
my
I
brand new
haven't.
Disney Dreamlight Valley series.
Let's see, sound stop. Trying to make our sound be louder. So let me make the sound louder as well. Alrighty. So let's restart our video.
Welcome to my
Y'all let me
brand
know if
new
the
Disney
sound is
Dreamlight
better.
Valley series. I've been playing casually since early access launched in September of 2022, just enjoying the magic and placing houses and villagers wherever felt right. But now, my valley's starting to look a little too whimsical, so I decided it's time for a total valley glow up. My plan? To organize every single house and villager by biome and give my Dreamlight Valley the storybook look I've been dreaming about. To keep everything organized, I created this Trello board. It's basically my digital planning tool for all of my ideas. I can drag and drop characters into different biomes, add ideas for decorations, and even add new buildings or characters as they're released. And I'll be showing you updates to the board as we go. You can follow along and maybe even grab some inspiration for your own valley. Leaving my comfort zone in Dreamlight Valley is going to be tough. I mean, who knew redesigning a magical kingdom could feel this big? But I'm ready for the challenge, and I can't wait to bring you along for the journey. And here's my organized magic Trello board. I have different lists for different areas. I have the Dreamlight Valley, of course, and it's showing each biome with a nice colorful header. Then I have the floating islands, and we only have 4 for now, but when we get more, I can add another card and create a new list. I have the first DLC here, Eternity Isle, and these are, I feel like the DLCs are a little different. They have bigger biomes with smaller little areas inside of the biomes. So I created these headers with gray. For instance, Ancient Landing. There you'll find the docks, the courtyard, the overlook, and the ruins. And then the Glittering Dunes and the Wild Tangle in each of the areas within there. And then the second DLC with Storybook Vale, we have the Bind and Ever After and Mythopia, of course. And then I have each of their areas underneath. So those are my list, my primary areas. I've already placed my villagers where I think I want them to go. And this last column is a list of my characters and buildings. And I add to them as we get them or I unlock them. And then I'll have those ready for when I decide where they're going to live. And I can change how they're sorted. Right now, I just changed it to alphabetical order, but I can change it to when they were created, which won't really be valid right now because I typed them all in at the same time. But in the future, it will help me determine what's new will be at the top. And that's a lot of houses to figure out where they're going to go if I want to use them. But they are there, and I can find which area I want to put them in. For instance, in the Wild Tangle, I have nothing but Mulan and Mushu. So, I'm probably going to want to put something fun there. Let's say maybe the Blossom. And I would just drag it and drop it there, and there it is. But the great thing is it doesn't have to stay there. It can go wherever I want it to go. And that's why I found this to be so useful. I went through many ideas of spreadsheets and lists and notes apps, and I remembered about the Trello board. That is perfect, I thought. So if we ever get another DLC, I can add another list and create the areas within there and move people around. And if I start building and I decide I don't want Oswald there, I want to put him in the ruins, I could just drag him over and he can live there. So it's really, really easy to use, and it's going to be very helpful for me to decide where people will go. And then I can also see like, oh, that's filling up, I need to find another place for that, or maybe some places I want to be more crowded than others. It just depends. But I love everything about it. I love the look of it. I love how clean it is. And another very cool feature is that I can go inside of these. You can see the pencil there to edit the card. And then I can add more things here. I can write anything I want. This is Mickey's house, so if I wanted Mickey's house to use a certain path or decorations, I could put notes in there for myself. I also think the checklist is going to come in a lot very handy. I can add placed home, added path, decorated outside, things like that, and then check them off and it'll show when I'm done. It'll also show on the card that I have tasks I want to do there. You can also add images. So many unlimited things I could do here. But for now, this is what I'm going to do. I have my list. I'm going to place my buildings and I'm going to go from there. And that's the plan so far. I've already mapped out where each villager will go, but the beauty of this setup is how easy it is to make changes as we go along. I can't wait to share every step of this journey with you as we reshape my Dreamlight Valley into something truly magical. If you've enjoyed today's episode and want to follow along with the rest of the series, don't forget to subscribe and squish the like button. It really helps the channel and keeps the magic going. I'd love to hear what you think about the plan so far in the comments too. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time for more organized magic. Bye!
So I thought that she did a really, really good job at showing how we could use the Trello board even as gamers to help to organize like rebuilding something as monumental as rebuilding you know, Disney Dreamlight Valley. So as you could see when we started earlier, I talked about how Trello boards can be used for almost anything. And I thought that this was a very creative way in which this creator, this content creator, Ellie Plays, and definitely if you see the link there, please go and follow Ellie Plays. Not only does she do that, if you love Dinkum, we used to play Dinkum over on the other channel that I have. She also has a whole series on Dinkum. So really, really great. And I appreciate her. Thank you so much, Ellie Plays, for allowing us the permission to actually use your content to really kind of show people and help to spur some ideas on how they could use Trello boards in their creative life. So I'm going to switch over out of this. And Peachy is going to kind of walk us through, and we'll talk about how there is, how Trello is being used by one of the game creators to actually be able to share information as well. So, Peachy, I think I have it up.
Okay. Um, if you follow EK's gaming channel, Shantae knows, you know that occasionally she does a little ghost hunting with the game Phasmophobia. And the developers for that game has a public Trello board where those of us that play the game can see where they are in the development phase, any upcoming projects that they have, and any fixes that they're working on, things like that. So on Phasmo, and we use the term Phasmo as shorter for Phasmophobia, Phasmo's Trello board shows all of it, how that development team uses Trello to publish publish their information. So those different columns there are the different cards that they have for what they're working on, and then you will also see the developers' names and the workers' names. When Phasmo first came out about 4 years ago, there were it was only DK. DK is the developer of the game, and he wrote that game himself. He used a lot of assets that are in other games. So if you play other horror games, some of the sites look pretty familiar, especially the high school and some of the houses. So they are not strictly to Phasmophobia. They probably become well known because of the game, but they are not just Phasmophobia. But as the desire to play that game grew, he added artists. So he moved from just himself, it went to CJ and to Lavender. And Lavender and CJ helped build and add some different aspects to the game. So now the Phasmo that you see is different than the Phasmo when it was developed in the beginning. So Point Hope, which is the newest map, and the new asylum, those were created by CJ. CJ designed and he filled all of those particular maps himself. So those two are not part of the assets that you may see in other games. Point Hope and the Asylum are strictly Phasmophobia. And so before they were added to the game, they were part of this Trello board as part of how they were planning what dates were going to roll out, when it was in beta testing, and so on, and when it was going to roll out to the public. They used the same Trello when they were rolling out to console because this past October, it was not just a PC game anymore. They rolled it out to Xbox and PlayStation. So now you can play Phasmo on any gaming type um, you use. So all of this was on their Trello board, and those of us that followed that Trello, we were able to see the process and see where they were and see any target dates that they have. Of course, we know with targets and projects, dates may move, but you were always able to see in real time where they were, at least on the information that they publicized, where they were on projects. And you can also see on here things that are coming in the future. They are reworking some of the ghost models. They are reworking some of the evidence gathering and things like that. So that's how the developer uses Trello.
Yeah. So again, we just kind of we know that many of you here on Twitch, especially, you're gamers, and we wanted to just show you two different examples of how Trello is not only used for for writing or for developing the YouTube content, but also it's used by other creators to help to organize, like with Disney Dreamlight Valley. That's a massive undertaking, redoing that whole valley after all the stuff that they've released in the last couple of years. And also here, a game that we play that we're kind of familiar with, how those developers are also using Trello and working together in a collaborative type of environment, to work through, plan ideas and concepts for the game, and then release them. So their done column is released. I'm in software development, and that column is a great column for, when we can say it's been released. We're done. We're done. All right. Any thoughts from anyone on these Trello boards? Hopefully, we were able to provide you with some good examples of different people and how they use Trello. So hopefully that was helpful to you in our discussions. And so, excuse me, we're actively using Trello today. So I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say we went through the section. Peachy finished her section. We also talked about more examples of Trello in action and how it is used by different creators. So that is awesome. That is awesome. So we're coming up onto the end of our talk show segment. And before we wrap up, we kind of want to give some thoughts, some additional thoughts, and also hear from you. So we're checking the chat, actively checking the chat to see if there is anything else that you would like to know about Trello, anything else you'd like for us possibly to go over again to kind of show you how we may have done some things. But we're at that time where we're looking at our final thoughts and wrapping up. And so since we have a special guest today, Peachy, I'm going to kind of put her on the spot. She knows what the questions were in advance. But I am gonna kind of put Peachy a little bit on the spot here. Let me pull. I'm gonna pull my camera back up so you all can see that.
And it's really going to be on the spot because
See
I forgot
me,
what the
because
questions
you
were.
forgot what the questions were. So this is really gonna be on the spot, y'all. We're putting Peachy on the spot. So Peachy, once again, just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do. And then, just give us an idea of how, Trello has helped you to be a better creator.
Well, I currently on YouTube, I am using Sims. And I did have a few videos when I first started playing Phasmo, and I think they're still live, but I was a hot mess. So if you want to go and see that, you can. But mostly it's Sims videos. I started making those in 2019, and that was just after seeing another Sims creator, and I don't think they even create anymore. But when I saw that they can do it, and I'm a firm believer, if somebody else can do it, I can too if I put my mind to it. So I like to still tell stories, so that was my avenue to be able to get out there and still tell my stories and play the game that I have way more hours than I care to admit to. And I want to get back to writing, and I'm slowly getting that inspiration back. I did do a lot of writing, but when my best friend passed away some years ago, I just lost all inspiration because she was one of my biggest cheerleaders and pushed me. And so when she passed away, it was like, okay, screw it. I'm not going to even worry about it anymore. And they just sitting in the desk right now. So I'm slowly getting back to that because I know she will want me to
Yes.
go after it. So
Yes. Yes. She would be such
yeah,
an honor to her.
yeah. And so, but in the meantime, the connecting videos that I have, their machinima style. I have dabbled with some different ways of telling the story, not strictly all machinima, and most of my machinimas at this point have been subtitled. So one of the projects that I am working on for 2025 will be a total voiceover machinima. Some of my friends that may be watching, including the streamer that is whose channel we are on, they will be immortalized on a video, I'm sure, at some point.
Mm,
And I do have one person already harnessed. I have the whole his whole script done. So
mm,
he's already the male character is already taken care of. But that's one thing that I really want to do. But I do love telling stories, and all of my stories are romantic stories. So, like Hallmark movies, they're gonna always have happy endings. We have enough gloom and doom in the real world that for just a little while, you can see something that you know gonna end happily.
mhm.
That's why I like to tell those stories.
Love that. Love that. And I also want to put in a plug for PG as well because every year PG does special videos for Black History Month and for Women's History Month. And I learn a lot. So it's not just the drama, because I love the soap opera style with the machinimas, but also she'll use something like Create a Sim. And while she's creating a sim to represent the character or represent the person in history, the historical person in history, she'll also be telling story about that person and what their contributions were, and I really love that. So definitely for Black History Month here in the U.S., I am sure she has several plans to introduce us to some more folks through Black History, and then for Women's History Month as well. So I really appreciate that, Peachy. I appreciate the content that you have on your channel. You know, I can go there and I can learn something, and I can go there and I can get mad and really not like a character, you know, because she is just messy. You know what I'm
So,
saying? But
yeah, and
like you said,
she's coming back. She's
she's
not
coming
done.
back.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I'm.
she's
I'm.
not done.
Woof,
Yeah,
woof,
yeah, she has
woof.
some havoc she
She
has
got.
to
She
yeah,
always, always,
yeah.
always. So I love that. Um, and so you know, I really appreciate your sharing with us today how you use Trello to help you to be a better creator, to kind of stay on track, and to get those productions out. So that
And
was really, really
it does
great.
keep me on track. It keeps me on track better than just making notes because I can make a note in the notebook somewhere
No,
and
no to be
don't know
anywhere.
where it is. So
You got that
yeah,
right.
and
You got that
by
right.
the Trello, I can pull it up on my laptop. I can pull it up at work on my computer because ideas may hit me while I'm in the middle of filing something, and
Right.
something that hit me, and I'll just go and type it in real quick. And that way, it frees up my brain. And writers know that our characters talk to us, whether it's something
All
that we're
day.
working on, or
All
if
day.
it's somebody that wants you to tell their story, and they're not going to leave you alone until you do. So
Oh
that
yeah.
allows me, yeah. But only
Yeah.
writers understand the point of people talking to you. Someone else that doesn't know about that will think that you're crazy. But
Yeah.
characters do talk to you, and it's like, I
Yes.
want you to tell my story, and I want you to tell my story right now.
Right now. Right now.
Right.
Right now.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, I definitely appreciate what you're saying about that because for me, yes, I have notes and I take copious notes. I mean, I can have notes, 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 but I look at Trello as my to do, right? I have my notes. Trello is the way in which I organize it and say, okay, you got all these ideas and now get them done, right? And this is how
Mhm.
you're going to move them forward and get them done. So that really is how Trello is very helpful to me. So, BG, what is one piece of advice that you'd share? And it could be around the Trello boards, it could be around creating, it could be around anything. But what is one piece of advice that you would like to share, you know, with the community?
When it comes to creating, there's room for all type of creation out there. It doesn't have it's so much you hear people say you need to niche down where you need to do stick to one type of thing. I don't think that's I don't think you have to. If your interests are eclectic, then your content can be just as eclectic as you are because it's a a vision of yours. So one day you may hear me talking about Michael Jackson. One day you may hear me talking about Barry Manilow. Both of them I like, but you wouldn't think of those two together. And I say that to mean that your content can be you can be a horror streamer and like horror games, but you can like cozy games too. You can like to do puzzles. You can like to write. You can like to go out and ski or skateboard. All of that is you. And so your content can reflect you. And it
Hmm.
might not just be all puzzles, or it may not just all be cozy games. It can be whatever you make it.
Mm. That's inspiring. And I really like that you shared that because, oftentimes we hear as creators, the only way you're going to make it is you got to niche down and you got to be a
Mm-hmm.
niche. And sometimes that niche really is like you said, it's your personality. You're eclectic and you like many things and you can share those things. It's just a matter of figuring out how to share those things in a coordinated way, to um where it makes sense and you're not having to audience feel like they're breaking their neck because they're whipping around from many different things. But I appreciate that advice, and I also agree with you that there's enough out there for everybody. I really love one day we had, I think her name was the Lady Writes. We raided over to her channel and she was just saying, go ahead and share your ideas, talk about your book because there are lots of readers out there and people love to read different things. So there's enough space out there for all of us, right? None of us have to be like crabs in a bucket, pulling each other down or tearing each other down because there's enough space out there for all of us. And people are going to like, you know, different writers. You look at the number of writers that are out there in the world, the number of authors that are out there in the world, there's tons of them, right? So write your story, tell your story, and your audience, they will find you or you will find them depending on how you market. But either way, it's there. So don't ever feel encouraged in thinking that what you have to offer as a creator, oh, nobody's going to like it but me, or only there's a few people that will like it. You'll be surprised and amazed at how being yourself, in a very mindful and thoughtful way, can really 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 help you to find that community. And so Peachy, I really appreciate that. That was great piece of advice there. So we talked a little bit about your upcoming projects. Is there anything more that you would like to tell us about you and your upcoming projects?
Um, well, upcoming project aside from February and March videos, I am working on a save file for a sim, so I have a Trello board for that.
Mm-hmm.
With the different builds, I wasn't crazy enough to think that I could build everything in the game, so that's where the cards come in handy. So if I use someone's build, then I'm able to keep track of whose build it is so I can give the appropriate credit to. But also the filming of the videos for some of the things that I'm doing as far as building neighborhoods, building, connecting families, that type of thing. So those videos are going to come out throughout the year because, say, building a save file, just like the file for Disney Dreamlight Valley, is not something that can be done in a couple weeks. It takes some time.
Yeah.
So I'll be doing some videos chronicalizing, chronicling the different aspects of it, building neighborhoods using tool mod, doing things like that. So that's going to come up in the machinima. The voiceover is going to be probably about a 4 or 5 episode story of um, a young man that was on hard times, but he became successful. But it tells the story of how he became successful and the people that he met along the way. So that is coming up, and that's the one that I gotta get some voice actors for.
Oh,
If
that
I can
sounds.
hold on anybody's coattails, you know what it is.
Okay, I got you. I got you. And
Yeah.
that, I mean, that really sounds exciting. That sounds like something I'd really love to, be be a part of in terms of, supporting and following the journey of your getting there with that creation, because that sounds like that would be something that would be quite inspiring to see someone overcome
Yeah, and a lot of work
challenges
because
in
when
life.
working with animations and Sims, you know, they don't always go hand in hand. You
Oh
know,
no,
they
no,
Sims
Sims,
do what they want to do, even if you
that's
use
it.
an animation.
That's it. A sim is gonna be a sim and gonna do what they want
Mm-hmm.
to do, you know. And we just have to sometime react to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's about all we're gonna be
yeah.
able to do.
If you're lucky enough to catch it on film, it's great. But
If
sometimes
not,
you don't,
nah.
then yeah, some expletives will fly.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So we're at the point where we're, at the last few minutes of our talk show today. I really hope that you all enjoyed it. Please feel free to provide us some feedback. You can send a whisper if you want on Twitch, or you can provide some feedback if you are part of the Discord channel that we have. Um, I definitely have a link tree, so I'm going to use a little bit of shameless self promotion, and I think that that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to put my link tree here. On the link tree, you'll find information about the website where you're going to. I'm very active now using the website, where before it was just there as a placeholder. Very, very active using it now. That's where you're going to find things about promotions, release dates, events that are coming up. This broadcast that we're doing here, I am going to do a little bit of editing to it, and it will be posted under our episodes for our podcast and talk show. We actually call it talk show, but I'm gonna look at working with it to turn it into not just a talk show but also podcast. So that's why we call it talk shows and podcasts. So this is our episode one. Of course, I'm always here on Twitch 6 days out of the week, broadcasting live broadcasts for co-working, writing, and reading. You'll typically find me here Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. or around between 6 a.m. 6:30. Just give me time to get up in the morning and get it straight, and get
Six-ish.
logged in. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
6-ish. Yeah.
6-ish. Yeah. So I always say, 6 a.m. ish is when you'll find me available for those live broadcasts. Some days I'm fortunate enough when I'm working from home, and if I have a light schedule in terms of meeting for working from home, I'm able to co-work with you a little bit longer in the morning. But definitely, we're here for that hour and a half of doing our daily inspiration for writers. Also, I'm on YouTube. You can follow me on YouTube. Instagram is really nice. There's a feed on the website from Instagram. I'm working with a marketing team. We already have introducing Stormy, who is our protagonist in our novel series. So she's been introduced. You'll see an introduction to Maurice soon, as well as some other supporting characters. I am on Blue Sky, X, and Twitter. TikTok, God bless it. I think we're gonna see it, you know, bite the dust tomorrow, but that's okay. I do have an alternative site. PG and I were talking about that, talking about an alternative site where I believe I can go and still do things similar to TikTok, but it's going to be a much more friendlier place for creators. And actually, there's like a 50-50 split for whatever you get. So that's really, really nice. I have to check into it a little bit more. But I will be experimenting there since we're having such a challenge with TikTok here in the U.S. All right. So we have about 3 or 4 minutes for any Q&A that anybody might have, or any final thoughts that you might want to share. I really am looking forward to your feedback. I really hope that you enjoyed our talk show today. I wanted to do something interactive, something where you could go out, you could sign up for Trello, you could see different ways in which people use Trello as writers and creators, and hopefully that inspired you. Um, and I agree with folks who say, yeah, it's one of those things that it becomes very easy to, it becomes very easy. PGI turned you off on the Discord very shortly there, but it becomes very easy to uh, to to pick up and
Thanks.
start
You know, if the
using.
telemarketers had started.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I got you back live on Discord if you want to say anything. Um, but definitely we appreciate your feedback from this. So more to come. We'll be doing more of these talk shows. If you have a topic that you would like for us to cover, also give us a topic on that as well. But I am looking forward to this. I have really enjoyed this. And I enjoyed spending the time with you. And I hope that it does spur some ideas to help you along your journey. All right. So I am going to raid out. For those who follow me on Enchante Knows, I will be back on that channel around 4 o'clock today. I actually have an interview with AI Alicia, the creators of our bot that we use over on that channel. So if you're interested in catching me with some more live content today, here is where you can find me. That is strictly a gaming channel. The vibe is a little bit different. It's not so much about learning and working and co-working. It's really about having fun. That's where I kind of cut loose on the weekends. But we will be up around 4 o'clock. Our interview with AI Alicia will be at 5, and they're going to come in. We'll do the quick update with them, and the interview, and then depending on what's happening, I may continue on with some gaming. Also tomorrow, we have a raid train that's going to be coming through on Enchante Knows. If you guys want to see me in cosplay, I will be in cosplay. We're going to take it way back in the Wayback Machine. We're going back to the 1700s, and you will see me dressed in appropriate attire for the 1700s, and that will be a lot of fun. So we'll be doing
Oh
that
no.
tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm going to be in drama with my girl. If she gets sick, if she catch the pox, I'm ahead of pox. Okay, so we're going to be in drama. So if you want to see a little bit of drama tomorrow, that'll be a lot of fun. So we're at time. So let me look at who we can raid out to. I appreciate you all so much. Um, it looks like we have quite a few folks who are up. Um, let's see. Hmm. I don't know how much longer Cheshire Pope is going to be up. Let me see where he is in the Pomodoras. He is chatting right now. So I have no idea. It looks like he is about to be done. So let me check really quickly. Yeah. So I'm just trying to find out if he's about to be done. I think he's about to be done. No sound. All right, so we're live trying to figure this out. But just trying to find out if he's about to. Yeah, he's about to raid out. So let's see where he might be going, and maybe we can follow him with that raid. Unless you all have someone that you would like for us to raid into. Deeply Ariel. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. So he's about to raid out to someone, and we may follow that raid because I was in that person's stream the other day and it was pretty okay. So we'll meet new friends today. We'll make some new friends. How about that? Everybody good with that? We're going to make some new friends today. All right. So back here. So let me get ready to set up our raid message. Thank you all so much for being here today. I really appreciate you. Here is a world of thanks to you. So thank you so much for being here. I really enjoy spending time with you all. I enjoy sharing the things that we shared today. Hopefully you'll find a few nuggets that will help you along the way. Um, and I appreciate anybody who followed, I just appreciate you being here. The lurks, the follows, all of that. All of that is wonderful. It helps to inspire me to continue on to creating the content because it feels that there is someone out there who is enjoying it and they're enjoying what's going on. So I do hope to see you all again soon. I will be back on this channel on Monday morning. If you want to see me on gaming, you can always follow me on Shante Knows. That's a great place where you'll find me the rest of the weekend. That's where I'm going to be the rest of the weekend. But until next time, everybody take care of yourself and God bless. Here is
Bye,
our
everyone.
raid. Yes. Thank you so much, Peachy. And again, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Peachy, for being here and, spending time with us and sharing your process and how you do things. I learned a lot. I don't know about anybody else, but I definitely learned a lot. Raid message again there for you to copy. And until next time, I know I've said this once, I'm going to say it again. Until next time, take care and God bless.
Bye.